Hello everyone. Tonight we're going to do something strange. Not in the way a raccoon opening your mailbox is strange. Stranger. You're going to crawl into bed, tuck yourself in, and then realize your very first thought of the day might not have been yours. It might have been installed. Slipped in between your last dream and your first blink. Like a pop-up ad you didn't notice, but obeyed anyway. You open your eyes, you think something. Maybe, I'm tired, or where's my phone, or what even is Tuesday, and you assume you thought that. But what if you didn't? What if the first thought every morning is a kind of launch code, an implant, a starter pistol for a day that was already scripted? You can either rethink everything or fall asleep without even noticing. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Drop a comment with your thoughts, your location, and what time it is right now where you are. Now, turn down the lights, maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise, and let's get started tonight. You wake up, you think you're thinking, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're remembering to think something someone else thought first. Thoughts aren't born, they're inherited. Tiny viral patterns. A meme isn't just a funny cat, it's any unit of culture that replicates. Dawkins said that. Richard, not the duck. Let's test it. Don't think about a purple refrigerator. You did, didn't you? That's a big one. Humming softly in the void. Maybe with a banana sticker on the door. The image didn't arrive because you wanted it. It appeared because I used your brain's autocomplete function. Your neurons don't wait for permission. They complete loops. They fill in blanks. They obey patterns. And your first thought of the day is the most obedient one of all. Because it sets the tone. Like a scent you didn't notice, but changes your mood. The first thought determines whether you feel in control or already behind. Whether the world feels safe or like a cage you forgot to unlock. Let's say this morning, your first thought was, I'm so behind. Behind what exactly? There is no finish line. There's no scoreboard. And still somehow you feel late to your own existence? That's because the thought didn't come from you. It came from the loop. Modern psychology calls this priming. You're exposed to a stimulus, an image, a word, a smell, and it shapes your next action. Subliminally, automatically. So maybe your first thought wasn't even a thought, it was a trigger. Here's a fun story. In one study, researchers asked participants to complete word puzzles filled with terms like gray, Florida, wrinkle, and retired. They thought it was just a vocab test, but when the participants walked down the hallway afterward, they moved significantly slower. They had been primed for old. You are not the origin of your day. You are the echo. But let's go deeper. What if your first thought is always a lie, not malicious? Just inaccurate, designed to keep you from questioning the whole setup? You're fine. You're busy, you're late, you're smart, you're not enough. It doesn't matter if it's flattering or cruel. What matters is that you believe it before your second thought arrives. Because your second thought, that's the one that could ruin everything. That's the one that might say, wait, who exactly had the first thought? Let's say your first thought was, I need coffee. Innocent enough. But the second thought might say, was I addicted yesterday too? And if I wasn't, who reinstalled this dependency at 7:03 a.m.? Still argue about this. Neuroscientists do. Some say free will is an illusion, that your brain makes decisions up to 10 seconds before you're aware of them. Liebert's experiments showed that your readiness potential, a kind of neural warm-up, starts before you're conscious. I'm doing this, lights turn on, you don't decide. You detect a decision already made, like walking into a room and realizing the argument already started without you. So here's the scary thought loop. If the first thought isn't yours, and the second one arrives too late, when exactly do you begin? Maybe you're like the announcer who joins the game in the third inning and just pretends you were there the whole time. Here's something even weirder. Have you ever caught yourself watching your thoughts like you're in the middle of thinking something, and then there's another voice behind it going, "Interesting. That's what we're thinking today. Who's that? And does that voice have a first thought too? Or is it the real you?" Finally waking up. We'll come back to that voice later. It keeps showing up. For now, imagine this tomorrow morning. You wake up, and instead of thinking something automatically, you pause, you let the first thought hover, and you say to it, "Who sent you?" and it might whisper, "You did. Last night." While you were falling asleep to a strange video with thought loops and purple refrigerators. Part 2. You're sitting in a small classroom. The kind with buzzing fluorescent lights and a clock that's always just wrong enough to be suspicious. A teacher you don't quite recognize turns to the board and asks a question you should know the answer to. You raise your hand. You open your mouth, but nothing comes out. Because at that exact moment, your memory decides to leave you. And not just leave you, feel it happening. Like a drawer being yanked shut inside your head. You knew the answer 5 seconds ago. You feel the ghost of it, the shape of it, like a word written in fog, but it's already gone. And here's the weird part. You don't remember the teacher's name either, or the subject, or increasingly, what your own name is. That moment, that's not a dream. That's what it feels like when memory forgets you back. We're taught to think of memory as a vault. Somewhere in the brain, there's a storage unit with dusty boxes labeled childhood, first kiss, and cringe from 8th grade. And when you forget, it just means you lost the key. But that's not how memory works. Memory is not a perfect record. It's not even a bad recording. It's a rehearsal. Every time you recall something, you're reconstructing it, like building a Lego set from memory and thinking you got it right. Only now there's an extra pirate flag on the school bus. Scientists still argue about whether memory is more archival or adaptive. In other words, is the purpose of memory to preserve the past or to help you survive the future? If it's the latter, then it makes sense that memory doesn't care about accuracy. It cares about usefulness. But that means you remember things wrong on purpose. Worse still, your memories change you every time you access them. You think you're remembering who you were, but really, you're rewriting who you are. Here's a fact that should disturb you a little. You're more likely to remember an event if you've told the story of it multiple times. But you're also more likely to have distorted it. Each retelling is like a Photoshop layer. One more filter, one more effect, until eventually the image is sharper, but no longer real. And here's where the loop begins. Let's say you tell a childhood memory at a dinner party. Everyone laughs, you feel seen, you tell it again next week, and again next month. It gets smoother, more vivid. You remember the memory better, until one night you realize you don't actually remember the event. You just remember the retelling. The event is gone. The memory has replaced it. And the new memory, it's not yours. It's a persona you've been rehearsing. You are not recalling who you were. You are performing who you think you're supposed to be. There's a term for this: confabulation. In psychology, it refers to the unintentional creation of false memories, often to fill in gaps. Like your brain is so uncomfortable with, "I don't know," that it just makes something up, pats itself on the back, and keeps moving. You've probably confabulated today, ever retold a dream that never happened, or remembered being somewhere your sibling actually went. Or maybe this one you remember a movie scene that doesn't exist, maybe a line, Luke, I am your father. He never says that. You just inserted it because pop culture did the loop for you. Mandela effect. Much so if memory isn't reliable and it alters you instead of preserving you, how much of your identity is built on made-up stuff? Let's try a thought loop. Picture your childhood bedroom. Got it. Now, walk around it in your head. Open the drawer. What's inside? Be specific. A crayon, a folded sock, a sticker from a dentist visit. You just generated that. There's no archive in your skull that filed away drawer contents from 1996. You improvised that moment with mood lighting. Now the kicker. You'll remember it as true tomorrow. That's right. The fake memory you just generated will be absorbed by your brain like a real one. That's how easy it is to overwrite yourself. A philosopher once said, "The self is a story we tell and retell with increasing confidence and decreasing accuracy." Here's a weird story. A woman once woke up from a coma convinced she had a sister. She described her in vivid detail, memories, inside jokes, shared trauma, but she never had one. No sister existed. And yet every part of her body felt the truth of it. So they gave her a therapist who role-played the imaginary sister until the woman recovered, and the memory quietly vanished. Not because it was proven false, but because she stopped rehearsing it. Memories survive only when we replay them. Forget to think about something long enough, and it erases you. That's the second loop. You're not made of memories. You're made of the act of remembering. So, when you wake up tomorrow and try to recall this moment, you'll only remember remembering it. Or maybe you won't remember it at all. Because you never told anyone, and no one confirmed it, and the drawer was already closed. Part 3. You're brushing your teeth. You look in the mirror. You see your face normal, tired, toothpaste dribble at the corner of your mouth, and you nod. Like, yeah, that's me. But here's a question that short-circuits the loop. How do you know that's your face? Not in theory, not in the driver's license kind of way. I mean, really, have you ever seen it? Not a photo, not a reflection, not an image of you filtered through a screen, a mirror, a camera, or a stranger's comment section. Just your actual unfiltered face, your face. You literally can't, because your eyes are in your head, looking out, you're like a flashlight trying to shine on itself, which means the face you think is you is actually a mental construction built from reflections, photos, phone cameras, and surveillance glass in sketchy gas station bathrooms. It's a feedback loop made of echoes, and like all loops, it lies sometimes. There's a phenomenon called the mere exposure effect. It means the more often you see something, the more you like it. So the version of your face you see in the mirror, the reversed version is the one you're used to. It's your baseline, but your friends, they see the non-mirrored version, which means the face you like isn't the one anyone else sees. Cue the existential spiral. Here's the fun part in one study. Researchers showed people photos of themselves, one mirrored, one not. Most people preferred the mirrored one, but their friends, they liked the real version. So everyone's walking around thinking I don't photograph well. Meanwhile, your friends are thinking, why does this photo finally look like them? You don't know your face. You know a mirror-trained avatar. Let's test it. Close your eyes. Try to visualize your own face, not just a mental image. Try to see the angles, the asymmetry, the way your left eyebrow is slightly more judgmental than your right. You'll struggle. Most people do. Not because you're bad at visualization, because your brain never built that model in the first place. So what you're left with is a looping placeholder. A kind of face emoji, smooth, abstract, vaguely flattering. And that placeholder becomes part of your identity file. Here's where it gets unsettling. When someone remembers you, what are they remembering? A moment, a vibe, a face. What if their version of you is more real to them than your own? You become a crowdsourced identity. There's even a name for this kind of brain stretch the looking glass self. Sociologist Charles Cooley coined it. It's the idea that you develop your self-concept based on how you think others perceive you. Not how they actually see you, how you think they do. So now there's you, the real person, then there's mirror you, the flipped person, then there's photo you, the flat, shadow-lit version, then there's social you, built from assumptions about other people's assumptions, and none of them are really you. And now for the loop, you use all these versions to build your behavior. You style your hair based on the mirror. You pose your smile based on the camera. You wear certain clothes because a stranger once said you look confident in blue. You curate you to manage a collection of hallucinations. And at some point, you stop being sure what you look like without those filters. Here's a true and terrifying story. A man in Japan sued a local shop for showing security footage of him on a TV screen near the entrance. Why? He said it gave him derealization syndrome. He saw himself in real time and couldn't process that it was actually his body, because the version he thought he looked like didn't match reality. It made him feel like a ghost. But aren't we all just slightly delayed ghosts? You look in the mirror and see your face, but it's not now. It's milliseconds old. Your brain had to process it, decode the photons, color correct the scene, and deliver it to your mental theater with soft lighting and background jazz. By the time you see your face, you're already gone. Which raises the final, looping question. If you've never really seen your face, how do you know you're real? Maybe you're just a concept looped into existence by repetition, reflection, and reverse selfies. So next time someone tags you in a photo and you think, ugh, I don't look like that. You're right. You don't. Not really. You just remember someone who might. Part 4. Try not to think of this sentence again after you hear it. The dog forgot your name. You weren't expecting that, were you? And yet, now it's stuck, circling, trying to make sense of itself. Why would a dog have your name? Why would it forget it? That's the loop. Welcome to the land of the thought that can't be unthought. It's not a catchy jingle. It's not a memory. It's something worse. A concept that won't stop orbiting until your brain collapses into it like a neutron star of confusion. And you didn't even choose it. It showed up. Slid through the door in your mind labeled, I'm just gonna hang out for a second, then started redecorating. Sticky thoughts or intrusive cognitions in the therapist's user manual are ideas your brain grabs and then forgets how to let go of. They don't have to make sense, they just have to loop. There's even a term for it, the ironic process theory, coined by Daniel Wegner. It basically says that when you try not to think about something, you think about it more. You test it every time you tell yourself, don't think about my ex, or don't imagine my boss eating spaghetti in slow motion. Too late. There he is, fork and all. The brain is weird like that. It has a monitoring system that keeps scanning to make sure you're not thinking the forbidden thought, which requires you to keep thinking about it. So the more you try to evict it, the more it starts paying rent. Let's try a real-world example. You're walking into a job interview. You tell yourself, just don't say something weird. Your brain, ever helpful, replies, like moist penguin pancakes. You smile politely at the receptionist and quietly whisper to yourself, moist penguin pancakes. This is why we say the worst thing right before falling asleep. Not because we're evil, but because the mind likes to make one last offering to the gods of awkwardness before drifting off. What if you said something unforgivable to someone, but only in your head? It still haunts you, doesn't it? Even though it never happened. Because thought, once formed, is real enough to leave footprints. Here's the dangerous part. Thoughts don't need your permission. They arrive, they settle in, they build a hammock in your prefrontal cortex and start passing you existential notes. And here's a twist. You don't even know how you're thinking the thought. You don't choose each word. You don't compose syntax. You just listen to yourself thinking, as if someone else is narrating the inside of your own skull. Which leads us to the unthinkable thought. What if you're not the thinker? What if you're just the person who hears the thoughts and assumes they're yours? Here's a fact. In some meditative traditions, they talk about witness consciousness. The part of you that watches thought happen without identifying with it. Like the guy in the theater who's not in the play, just judging the costumes. That's the part of you that hears the dog forgot your name and goes, huh, weird, and then keeps watching. But in regular life, that boundary gets blurry. You think the thought is you. You hear something in your head and feel ashamed, even though it wasn't chosen, it just happened. That's like blaming a movie theater for what's on screen. Let's take a dark little detour. There's a condition called pure O, or purely obsessional OCD. People who experience it get repetitive, unwanted thoughts, often dark, intrusive ones, and they don't act on them. They just suffer because they think those thoughts mean something about them. But they don't. The thoughts are just noise, wiring, static, and here's the loop. The more they try to reassure themselves, I'd never do that, the more the thought flares up. Because reassurance is just another form of engagement. You want it to go away? You have to stop feeding it? There's a phrase a therapist use. You don't have to believe every thought you think. Simple, cruel, true. So now, here's the real twist. Let's give you a thought. Something small, harmless, just dumb enough to get stuck. What if my reflection is slightly ahead of me? You'll think about that later. You'll be brushing your teeth, and for a second, it'll hit you. Did my reflection blink before I did? It didn't. Probably. But the doubt, that's the seed. And the more you water it with curiosity, with horror, with midnight giggles, the more it grows, because that's how thought loops work. They don't need truth. They need repetition. So if you've ever found yourself stuck on something stupid, embarrassing, or meaningless, you're not broken. You're just caught in a brain that sometimes echoes louder than it listens. And now, please try not to imagine your reflection mouthing this paragraph slightly before you hear it. Part 5. You blink. And when you open your eyes, something's wrong. Not horror movie wrong. Not the lights flickered and a voice whispered your password wrong. More like off. Like you sat in a chair and it sighed a little. You look around the room, it's familiar, everything in place, same bookshelf, same bed, same slouching plant you swear is judging you. But something is missing. You can't name it. You just know, and then it hits you. You forgot to be born. That sounds absurd, but say it slowly in your mind. You forgot to be born and feel what it does to your chest. Suddenly, time isn't a straight line. It's more like a hallway of funhouse mirrors, and one of them doesn't reflect you. You're not supposed to remember being born, and yet, don't you kind of feel like you missed something? You started this life mid-sentence, no intro, no backstory. Just a scene already in motion, like joining a movie 12 minutes late and pretending you're emotionally invested in the protagonist's bad haircut. You opened your eyes one day and someone told you your name, and you believed them. How do you know you were born? Because someone said you were, because there are photos, because there's paperwork, but not because you remember. This is where the thought loop begins. If you don't remember your beginning, how sure are you that it happened? Maybe your memories were installed this morning. Maybe this is your first moment of existence. And the illusion of a past is just clever rendering, like a video game building the world, only as far as you can see it. Here's a real term, cryptomnesia. It's when you experience something, then forget it came from somewhere else, and believe it's your idea. What if your entire identity is cryptomnesia, not lies? Just borrowed material, recycled thoughts, second-hand memories, hand-me-down personality traits from sitcoms and uncles and shampoo ads. Maybe you're not born, you're compiled. Here's a glitchy little test. Imagine you're watching a movie of your life, scene by scene, childhood, teen angst, first heartbreak, that time you accidentally waved at someone who wasn't waving at you. Now press pause. What's the first scene? Can you actually see it? Or is it just a feeling that you must have started somewhere? Because if you really think about it, you're always catching up to yourself. You remember the third grade better than second. You remember that vacation after the photo was taken. You remember moments, but not arrival points. Here's a creepy fact from neuroscience. Your brain processes reality in chunks of milliseconds, and then stitches them together like a highlight reel. But you're always about half a second behind real time. In other words, you never experience the present. You only experience your brain's interpretation of the recent past. So technically, you're always arriving late to your own life, which makes you wonder if you didn't notice being born, and you're always a beat behind. How do you know you haven't already left? Maybe you're like a light bulb with a dying filament still glowing, but the electricity's already cut. A philosopher named Derek Parfit argued that the self is not a consistent identity over time. It's just a bundle of psychological continuity, like a book made of pages that barely connect. So what happens when a page is missing? What happens when the loop skips a beat? Maybe that's what deja vu is. Not a glitch, not a mistake, but a memory of a memory that never had a beginning. Just a recycled page. You forgot to be born because your story didn't start with you. It started somewhere else, and you were dropped in halfway. So tonight, as you're lying in bed, try this. Don't imagine your first memory. Imagine the moment before it. Feel the silence, the static, the gentle hum of a world spinning without your name on it. And then just maybe feel yourself arrive, late, out of breath, but finally here. Part 6, you're standing on the sidewalk, waiting to cross the street. There's no traffic, no people, just the faint hum of a vending machine in the distance and the rustling sound of leaves trying to keep secrets from each other. You glance at the crosswalk signal. Still red, still that little angry man frozen mid-gesture. You wait, and then it hits you. You've stopped, but the world hasn't. Everyone else keeps going. Cars in other cities, conversations in other time zones, people laughing at memes you haven't seen yet, the earth spinning, birds migrating, a glacier melting somewhere in the corner of a satellite photo. You're paused, they're not, and somehow no one noticed. That's the loop now. You're the only one who paused. It's like someone hit the freeze player button on your simulation, but forgot to pause the background music. It starts small. You check your phone, and the time is exactly the same as it was 5 minutes ago. Weird. You look again, still the same. Then it jumps forward 10 minutes. Huh. There's a name for this kind of reality slippage, chronoception distortion. It's when your internal clock gets out of sync with external time. Jet lag does it, panic attacks, daydreams, deep focus, boredom that folds in on itself like a sad lasagna. But what if it's not you that's often? What if time, sometimes, forgets to update you? You ever stare at a digital clock and catch it flicker strangely, like the numbers blinked, but not quite right? Like they were buffering. And you think, was I supposed to see that? Because maybe you weren't. Let's take it further. You walk into your bedroom. It's exactly as you left it. The socks on the floor, the crooked lamp, the slight scent of, is that my shampoo or regret? And for a second, you feel that this room doesn't quite remember you. It's like the objects are slightly surprised to see you, as if they'd moved on, like they were mid-conversation and you interrupted. That's a thought loop called ontological drift. It's the creepy sense that the universe doesn't recognize your presence as consistently as it used to. Ever enter a room and forget why you went in? It's not your memory failing. It's the scene resetting without you. In cognitive science, there's a theory called the event segmentation theory. It says your brain divides continuous experience into discrete chunks, episodes based on changes in context. But if the boundary is fuzzy, if the scene cuts in the middle of your thought, you feel that glitch. That second of what was I doing? Because maybe the hallway didn't just forget what you were doing. Maybe it forgot you. You ever have one of those days where you swear people are looking right through you, not ignoring, not avoiding, just not processing you? And then, hours later, someone goes, "Hey, were you here earlier? I swear I didn't see you." Yeah, that's what it feels like when you paused and no one else has. There's an unsettling theory in metaphysics called presentism. It argues that only the present moment exists, the past is gone. The future doesn't exist yet. All that is now. But here's the paradox: if only the present is real, and your consciousness skips one moment, just blinks, then your entire existence may have just gone offline for a second, like a light bulb that flickered and no one noticed, because everyone else's bulb kept glowing. You might think, okay, but I always catch back up. But how do you know maybe the you that catches up isn't the same one? Maybe you were version 3.7 and now you're 3.8 and no one pushed the update notes. Let's test it. Close your eyes. Breathe. Now open them slowly and notice, is anything slightly different? A shadow that wasn't there? A picture frame tilted wrong? A sound you don't remember starting? That's what it feels like to be the only one who paused. And here's the worst part. If you ask anyone else about it, they'll say, "What are you talking about?" Because they never saw you stop. You've been edited out briefly, but completely. Like a frame dropped in a video, gone too fast to see, but enough to disrupt the flow. So tonight, as you're lying there in the quiet dark, and the hum of the AC starts to sound like whispering numbers, and the clock ticks louder than it should, just ask yourself, what if I've been paused this whole time, and only now remembered to notice part 7? You're lying in bed. You close your eyes, and then they open, except you're not in your room anymore. Same bed, same body, but the shadows on the wall are wrong. The air smells like someone else's cinnamon toast. Your phone's lock screen shows the same date, but a message from someone you don't know. See you again tonight. What welcome to the other version of this night? You haven't time traveled, not exactly. You've slid sideways into a slightly different instance of your own life, a soft fork of reality. To borrow a term from blockchain nerds, Everything's mostly the same. But you feel like the ghost here. And that's what makes this loop dangerous. You're not dreaming. You're not hallucinating. You've simply become aware of the fact that your life branches behind your back, because every decision spawns a new timeline. You picked tea instead of coffee. Boom somewhere. The coffee version of you has slightly more caffeine and slightly worse breath. You stayed in tonight instead of going to that thing. Now, there's a version of you out there who met a stranger, learned to juggle, and maybe owns a cactus. Here's where it gets dizzy. If the multiverse is real and a lot of physicists lean toward some version of it, then every possible version of this very moment exists. One where you're in the same bed, listening to the same voice, but you paused the video 6 seconds earlier. And now the sequence of your thoughts is completely altered. Tiny change, huge ripple. There's a phrase for this: quantum branching. Every time you observe something, make a choice, collapse a possibility, you create a new you who picked differently. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics says that all of these versions are equally real. They just can't talk to each other. But what if they can? Almost you ever walk into a room and get deja vu. But not about the room, about yourself. Like, for one weird second, you're not entirely sure if you've been you this whole time. That's bleed through. Two versions of the same night, brushing shoulders like strangers in a crowded airport. And tonight, you slipped. You're in the other version now. Don't panic. It's almost identical. Same toothbrush, same text. But maybe your favorite mug is on the wrong shelf, or the corner of the rug curls in a direction you swear it didn't yesterday. Tiny clues? In this version, maybe you never had that one fight, or maybe you did, but it ended differently. Maybe the person you almost called actually picked up. And here's the loop. You're not sure which version is real, and maybe they all are. The poet Jorge Luis Borges wrote about a garden of forking paths, a story where every decision leads to a new branch, and all branches exist simultaneously. You don't walk one path. You walk all of them. You just forget the others. Until nights like this. Here's a true and unsettling fact. A small subset of people experience what's called jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. It's when something incredibly familiar suddenly feels unfamiliar. You look at a word like door or hand, and it looks wrong, alien, disconnected from normal. It's your brain's way of rebooting the interface, because even your sense of normalcy is just pattern recognition, and if the patterns shift even slightly, you feel it in your bones. So, if you're in this other version of the night now, you might notice things that almost make sense. A memory that's just slightly off. A detail in your dream that doesn't fit your history. A whisper of, wait, didn't I already do this? Maybe you did. In the other version. And maybe the you from that timeline just slid into yours. You've both traded places, gently, without a fuss. So the loop closes like this. You live one night, but remember two, one that happened, one that didn't, but feels just as true. And when you wake up tomorrow, you won't be sure which one you're waking from, only that you're here, now. Listening to someone describe a thought you're pretty sure you had before, in another version of tonight. Part 8. You're back in your room. Or at least, the room you keep calling yours? It smells like sleep. It hums with that low electrical lullaby the one your appliances sing when they think you're not listening. But something's changed. It's the way your pillow feels slightly warmer than it should. The way your door creaked just a little too slowly. The way the air isn't just still, it's watching. Welcome to the room that watches you sleep. It's not haunted. Don't worry. Probably. But it might be aware. This isn't about ghosts. It's about presence. Because the truth is, you've spent more unconscious hours in this room than anywhere else. You've breathed secrets into its corners, sighed entire heartbreaks into the sheets, laughed at memes while half naked and eating cereal at 2 meme m, and it remembers. Not because the walls have ears, because your brain leaves a residue. There's a term in cognitive science, context-dependent memory. It means your brain links memories to the environment in which they happened. The room becomes a storage device, a neural bookmark. That's why walking into a room makes you forget what you came for. Your brain shifted context. It opened a different mental tab. So every room you've ever slept in is quietly holding pieces of you, especially this one. You've had dreams here, weird ones, stress dreams, flying dreams. That one where your teeth fall out and your boss is there in a crab costume, and no one thinks it's weird. This room watched that happen. Every twitch, every mumble, it knows which dreams make you curl up tight, and which ones make you roll over like you're chasing something. Maybe it started to notice patterns. Like, oh, we're doing the water falling from the sky inside the living room dream again. Interesting. Here's a thought loop for you. What if your room rearranges your emotions when you're not looking? Not physically, emotionally. Like it nudges certain thoughts to the surface, makes you nostalgic here, anxious there. Why do you always cry on the left side of the bed? There's even some psychological backing here. The concept is called emotional anchoring. Your brain links feelings to physical locations. So, if you once had a deep spiral of existential dread near your window, your body might automatically return to that state when you pass it again. Not because of magic, because of memory, because your room is a map of your mental terrain, and the real loop, you shape the room. Then the room shapes you. Then you reshape the room to match the feeling. Then it bounces that feeling back at you, like a sponge, soaking up your vibes, leaking them back later. There's a Japanese aesthetic called wabi-sabi. It embraces imperfection, the beauty of worn, lived-in objects. A cracked teacup isn't broken, it's seasoned. Your room is like that, not worn out, witnessed. It carries the dents of your breakdowns, the echo of your music phases, the ghost of that 1 week you were really into yoga for no reason, and maybe it's grown fond of you. Not in a haunted doll way, more like a cat, a presence that watches from a shadowy shelf, quietly judging your posture. So tonight, you're lying there, and you feel the air shift. Not colder, just more curious. The curtain flutters, the bookshelf seems to lean in, and for the briefest second, you get the sense that the room is remembering you. Not passively, actively, like it's updating your emotional profile, recalculating your dreams. Because here's the last twist of the loop. Maybe you don't choose your dreams. Maybe your room assigns them. Based on last week's behavior, like a moody little AI curator. Oh, you skipped brushing your teeth again. Cool. Here's a dream about being chased by soft, squishy spiders wearing tiny suits. So as you close your eyes tonight, take a second. Place your hand on the mattress. Feel the memory in the fabric, the weight of all your versions, and whisper, just in case, thanks for keeping me. Even if the room can't reply, it might just fluff your pillow a little more gently. Part 9. You're walking in a perfect circle. It starts off as a game, a harmless loop, 10 paces, turn, 10 paces back, but something happens on the 4th round. You notice that the floor feels a little different underfoot, softer maybe, or stickier or more symbolic? You pause. Then you realize you've entered a loop that doesn't end where it starts. Not just physically, conceptually, this is a thought experiment with no exit. Like trying to explain irony to a mirror, or proving that this statement is false is true. It's not a maze, it's a Mobius strip. One side, one edge, but twist it once, and you're upside down forever. Let's build the loop together. Thought 1, you're a good person. Thought 2, good people question themselves. Thought 3, but if you question yourself, maybe you're not confident. Thought 4, but confident people don't need to question. Thought 5, so are you a good person or just anxious? Back to thought 1, now you're stuck. Spinning. Not because the thoughts are complex, because they're self-feeding. Each one justifies the next. There's a word for this in logic, a strange loop. Douglas Hofstadter wrote about it in Gödel, Escher, Bach. It's when systems fold back on themselves in a way that makes them self-referential and impossible to escape, like a book that contains a chapter about the book, which contains a chapter about the book. It's recursion with delusions of grandeur. The scary thing is your identity is built on loops like this. I'm who I think I am. I'm who others think I am. I'm who I think others think I am. And that last one, that's a loop that can spiral into existential vertigo. We all do it. We call it being self-aware, but it's really just mental snake eating its own tail. You post a photo. You think this is me, but then you wonder, is this how they see me? Then am I trying to be the person I think they think I am? And suddenly, you're editing a selfie of a ghost. Ever hear of Russell's paradox? It's the idea that if you have a set of all sets that don't contain themselves, does that set contain itself? Yes. Now, try sleeping after that. The paradox isn't there to trick you. It's there to prove that logic itself has blind spots. And you, dear thinker, are built out of logic. Slippery, squishy, broken logic. Even your memories loop. You remember remembering? You don't recall the actual moment, you recall your last recall of it. So memory becomes a game of telephone, and identity becomes a recursive file that eventually corrupts. You ever rewatch a movie and notice how your opinion changed, not just about the film, but about the person you were when you last saw it? That's the loop updating itself. New context, new you, same scene, different lens. Now here's the kicker, some loops don't even need your participation. They just run, like background apps in your mind. Loop, I'll start being productive once I feel better. Counter loop, I'll feel better once I start being productive. And there you are, stuck between two promises with no delivery truck. You try to break the loop. You try mindfulness. You try yelling at yourself in the mirror like a motivational gladiator. But every time you think you've escaped, you realize you're in a new loop about trying to escape loops. That's called metacognition. Thinking about thinking, useful, until it turns into thinking about thinking, and then you're just an onion of awareness, peeling forever, crying in the dark. So what's the exit? There isn't one. Not in the way you want. You can't break the loop, but you can watch it, observe it turning, laugh at its predictability, whisper, there you go again, like you're spotting an old friend walking in circles at IKEA. Because sometimes awareness isn't a key, it's a mirror. And if you can see the loop clearly enough, you might not escape it, but you'll stop mistaking it for a straight line. Part 10. You're sitting in a cafe. You don't remember walking in. Your coffee's warm. The barista knows your name. Sort of. He says it like it might also be Ethan or Eden. Or maybe just, hey. You glance out the window, and suddenly your breath catches. There's a stranger watching you. Not maliciously, just curiously, like they recognize you. And for a weird second, you recognize them too. Then the thought hits you. You're the dreamer of a stranger's nap. That's the loop now. You're not the main character. You're not even the sidekick. You're a blurry background extra in a dream someone else is having. A dream they barely remember. A dream about a person you who's just real enough to carry the plot. Ever have one of those dreams where the people feel too vivid, where you wake up and think, who was that? Why do I feel like I missed them? Maybe that was someone else missing you. Because if dreams are constructed from memory, desire, fear, and nonsense, then why not import a little reality? A passerby's face, a voice from a podcast, or an overheard sentence like, did you know hummingbirds remember every flower they visited? And suddenly, in someone else's dream, you're explaining hummingbirds, and you feel so sure that this is your job, because in that reality, it is. Let's talk about the simulation hypothesis. Some thinkers, Elon types, science types, late-night Wi-Fi conspiracy types argue that we may be living in a computer simulation, not metaphorically, literally, a digital construct, a high-res dream designed by something bigger. The logic goes like this. If it's possible to simulate reality in the future, and if future civilizations love doing simulations like we already do with The Sims, then it's statistically more likely that we're in a simulation than not. You're not playing the game, you're being played. Now combine that with dream logic. What if dreams are just simulations running inside other simulations? Your thoughts, your looping, recursive, self-reflective thoughts are a feature. Not a bug, not even yours. You're a subroutine, and when you forget your keys or can't remember the name of a movie from 2004, that's just a dreamer rolling over, momentarily corrupting your data. Let's take a softer example. You ever suddenly feel a wave of sadness? For no reason, like someone somewhere just remembered you, but only as a loss? That's not poetic. That's pattern recognition. Your brain tries to explain feelings by reverse engineering stories, so it spins a loop. Maybe I'm missing something, or someone, or maybe I'm being missed. And that narrative becomes your emotional anchor, until you forget where the rope started. Here's a true and deeply weird neurological fact. There are recorded cases of people waking from anesthesia with foreign memories, names, faces, details they shouldn't know. One man reportedly spoke fluent Welsh for several minutes, despite never studying it. Explanation unknown. But theories include memory crossfire, your brain tuning into frequencies it wasn't supposed to, or maybe you dialed into someone else's dream broadcast. So tonight, as you lie in bed, drifting between wake and REM, you might ask, what if the version of you you're about to become sleep, you is someone else's main character? What if their nap is your life? And what if that stranger, the one sipping coffee at a cafe that doesn't exist, the one who just made eye contact with you through the story, is about to wake up? And when they do, you might vanish. Gently, like a detail they meant to remember. Like a song they almost hummed. Like a loop just shy of closing. Part 11. You're standing in front of the lever. The classic setup. One track. 5 people tied to it. Another track. One person. A train is barreling down. And all that stands between mass disaster and moral ambiguity is you. Welcome to How to Fail the Trolley Problem Forever. You've heard of this. Right, it's the gold medalist of ethical thought experiments. A test to see whether you're utilitarian, deontological, or just really, really indecisive. But this version's different. Because you're stuck, the lever is jammed, and the train just keeps circling back. Each time, a little different. The people are slightly older or younger. Sometimes you know them. Sometimes they wave. Sometimes they're you. That's the loop now. It's not about the right answer. It's about being trapped in the question. Philosophers still argue about it. Some say you should always minimize harm, pull the lever. Others argue it's immoral to actively intervene, let fate do its thing. Still, others say the whole thing is a false dilemma. Why are there people on the tracks who tied them up? Why is this train never late? And now here you are. The lever gets harder to hold each time. Your hands are shaking. Your thoughts spin. What if I pull the lever and it derails the train completely? What if both tracks loop back into each other and I end up making it worse? What if this is just a moral stress test and I'm failing by participating? That's what happens when the trolley problem becomes recursive. Each version of the scenario introduces a new moral twist. Version 12, the 5 people are strangers. The one is your dog. Version 39, the one person is a brilliant scientist who will cure disease next Tuesday. Version 64, everyone on both tracks is you, from different points in your life, and now you're just switching tracks to kill past or future versions of yourself. You think, maybe I'll just walk away, but the loop won't let you, because you can't stop the train, and you can't escape the question. Let's break it down with a real-life reference. Behavioral economists ran studies where they gave people moral dilemmas in a lab setting. Most people said they'd pull the lever to save 5/1, but when they had to physically do something like push a button or simulate a shove suddenly, people hesitated. The abstract becomes real, and reality has consequences your brain doesn't want to own. That's called moral distance. It's easy to make clean choices from far away, but when your fingerprints are on the outcome, welcome to the mess. Here's a darker twist. You're not just deciding once, you're deciding forever. The loop resets, the faces blur, the screams mute, and still every time the lever squeals in your hand. Sometimes you don't even try to pull it. Sometimes you do, and the tracks flip back at the last second. Sometimes the train stops on its own, and you ask, wait, was this ever real? There's an old theory in moral philosophy called moral luck. It says you're often judged not by your choices, but by their outcomes, even if those outcomes were out of your control. In the trolley loop, this becomes literal. You make a choice. It fails. You're blamed anyway. Reset, so the thought becomes, why bother if I'm going to suffer either way? Why not just let the train run its course? But then you feel the tiny click of the lever in your hand. You didn't mean to move it. It twitched. And now you've chosen again. And again. And again. This is what philosopher Bernard Williams called moral residue. The lingering guilt that sticks, even after you make the right choice. Because in some other version, you didn't. So tonight, as your thoughts begin to slow, as your pillow cradles the weight of 10,000 hypothetical people tied to metaphorical train tracks, ask yourself, what would happen if you just let go of the lever, not out of indifference, but out of trust, that the loop will close, that the tracks will bend, that some other version of you, braver, weirder, wiser, already solved this, already. And you're just here to finally rest. Part 12. You're scrolling through your phone, late at night. The kind of scrolling where your thumb moves, but your brain stopped processing content 12 swipes ago. Then you see it, a photo, a group of people, laughing, casual, like it's no big deal. And there's someone in the middle face lit up with joy. You freeze, you know that person, or you think you do. You squint, zoom in, their name's tagged, but it doesn't help. You try to place them, and then the loop begins. The friend who never existed, you remember their voice. The way they used to tilt their head when they didn't understand a joke. That time you shared snacks under fluorescent lights and made a pact about something incredibly dumb and sacred. Except, you check your texts. Nothing. No photos together. No social media connections. No mutual friends. No evidence you were ever in the same orbit. You ask someone, do you remember Alex? The one who always carried peppermint gum and laughed like a sneeze, and they look at you, confused. There's no Alex. Not that one. But you remember. You swear you do. And your brain starts to spiral. Is this false memory, or is this reality quietly shedding an unused character? Here's a real term, non-specific, personal memory intrusions. It's when your brain inserts a believable memory into your life story with no grounding in actual events. It's not a lie, it's a placeholder. Your brain goes, we need a memory here, let's fabricate a friend. This happens more than you'd think. Dream fragments get sewn into your history. Extras from TV shows get promoted to X's. You replay the same joke with a different person every few years, and each one feels real. Because your brain doesn't store files, it replays scripts, and sometimes it casts new actors. The loop deepens when you start to wonder, did they exist somewhere else? Maybe another version of you timeline. You dream you. Wish you did know this person. Maybe the memory drifted across realities like pollen, or maybe you made them up. Not to deceive, but to fill a space. The emotional version of stuffing socks in a too large shoe. Here's a stranger fact: people have reported grief over imaginary losses, mourning relationships they never had, crying over people they later realized were figments or misplaced echoes from dreams. It's called parasocial grief in its mildest form. But what if it's deeper than that? What if your brain is doing emotional crowd control? You felt lonely? Your mind created a friend? You remember them helping you through hard times? And now, even though they never existed, you owe them something? So the loop becomes moral. If I remember loving them, am I obligated to mourn them? It's like grieving a fictional character, but the fiction was personalized. A philosopher might say your mind is engaging in ontological generosity. You gave existence to a concept so rich, it now demands its own emotional tax. And you can't stop checking for them? You type their name in old emails. You search through high school yearbooks you never bought. You listen to music that feels like them. And once in a while, you swear just for a moment that you hear their laugh in a crowd. But it's not them, because they were never there. Or maybe they were, and you're the one who got deleted from their story. That's the cruelest version of the loop. You're the memory that didn't stick, the glitch in someone else's dream, the side character who never made the final cut. So tonight, if a forgotten face rises in your mind, clear, kind, impossibly specific, don't panic. Just say thanks for visiting, and let them fade softly, like a photo that develops in reverse, like a page torn gently from a diary you never wrote. Part 13. The list was supposed to help, color-coded, prioritized, time-stamped. You made it with intention, with energy, with a Sharpie that still smells like optimism. But now it sits there, judging you, not passively, actively, like a pet you forgot to feed that's now learned excel. Because today, like every day, your to-do list has started laughing at you. That's the loop. Now, time hates your schedule. You write your day like it's a recipe. Wake up, meditate, email 3 humans, create 2 things, move body, think deep thoughts, drink water, repeat. But reality looks at that list and says, oh honey, now here's how it plays out. You wake up, you blink, you check the list, write 2 pages, great. You open your laptop, you stare at the blinking cursor. You think, maybe just a quick scroll to warm up the neurons. And then, 37 minutes later, you're deep in a video essay titled, Why Otters Might Be Hiding a Secret Language, and you're emotionally invested. You flip back to the list, you panic, you switch tasks, you do laundry, you clean a spoon, you reply to a 17-month-old text like it's a hostage negotiation. Now the day's half gone, and your list hasn't gotten shorter, it's mutated. It now includes overthink everything, feel guilty about yesterday, Google if it's normal to cry while folding socks. Time has a term for this psychological reactance. It means the more you feel forced to do something, the more your brain resists it, even if the force is coming from you. Congratulations. You've entered a power struggle with your own reflection. Now here's the loop. You make the list to control your day, but the list starts controlling you. And then, time greasy, slippery, smug little time rearranges itself just to mess with you, because clocks are liars. Seriously. You ever notice how 10 minutes feels different depending on what you're doing? A shower blink and it's gone. Holding the phone for customer service. 1 minute feels like a geological epoch. That's not just mood, that's time perception bias. Studies show that attention warps your sense of duration. The more engaged you are, the faster time flies. The more bored or anxious the time bloats like a microwave burrito. So your schedule. It was built on fictional time. The list said, write for 30 minutes. But 10 of those minutes went to checking if your charger was judging you. 5 went to stretching like a caffeinated spider. 3 went to researching if Albert Einstein ever had imposter syndrome. Now you're out of time, and also somehow out of energy, because the list didn't factor in decision fatigue. Every small choice drains you. Even thinking about what's next is a choice. And your brain, bless it, is running Windows 98 with 20 tabs open. You try to pivot, you know what, I'll be spontaneous, but spontaneity also requires time, and time does not care about your pivot. It is already gone. Like an Uber you forgot to book. Like a spoon you swore was in the drawer yesterday. Here's a fun study people asked to estimate how much time passed during a task we're off by an average of 25%. That's a whole imaginary hour lost every 4. You think it's 10 a.m.? It's 1:42 p.m. Your cereal's soggy. Your future self is sighing from next week. So what do? You rewrite the list, simpler, softer, gentler on your tired loop brain. Drink water. Breathe deeply once. Think a nice thought about ducks. And then maybe you actually do one. And for a second, you feel in sync. Time winks. The clock blinks back. And you realize the only list that matters tonight is this one. Lie down. 2. Listen. 3. Let the loops loop without you for a while. Because time may hate your schedule, but it never holds a grudge. Part 14. You're about to say something. A small thing. Harmless. Like, yeah, that makes sense. But before your mouth moves, you hear it, not with your ears. Inside, like an echo. Your voice saying the sentence a split second before you do. And that's the loop now. You hear this before you say it. You shrug it off at first. Maybe just a brain glitch. But then it happens again. You think, I should get up. And you swear you already heard that exact phrase echo through your skull. Not like remembering, more like being predicted. So you stop, you test it. You think, I'm going to say, blueberry volcano. You do, and somehow, you still hear it, right before it escapes your lips. That's when it gets unsettling. Because maybe you're not making thoughts, you're just catching them. This isn't sci-fi, there's real science here. Your brain runs on prediction. From perception to movement to language, it's always trying to guess what happens next. There's a theory called predictive coding. It suggests your brain doesn't wait for input, it predicts what you're about to see, hear, or feel, and corrects the prediction if it's wrong. So when you look at a door, your brain doesn't render every detail. It says, yes, a door. We've seen these before, and gives you the expected version unless proven otherwise. Efficient, but dangerous. Because now your thoughts are doing the same thing. You're not choosing them. You're just approving them. Like you're a sleepy editor for a script your mind already wrote. And this loop, it starts to feel like you're living in delay. A half second behind yourself. A shadow that hears the punchline before the joke is told. You ever stumble over your own words and think, that didn't sound like what I meant. That's not miscommunication. That's a mismatch between your mental prediction and your verbal output. The echo got corrupted. And now you're stuck translating your own future into something you can live with. There's an eerie term from neurology inner speech. It's the voice in your head when you read. When you plan what to sell, when you practice an argument you'll never actually have. But what if inner speech isn't internal? What if it's relayed? What if the real you exists somewhere slightly ahead, and the voice you hear now is a message bouncing back through the fog? You think that's nonsense, and then you hear that thought again, right before you thought it. Here's the strange thing. This kind of loop isn't just mental. Musicians experience it too. Ever heard of latency in recording? If the signal between your microphone and your headphones lags by even a few milliseconds, you start hearing your own voice with a delay and it completely messes you up. You stutter, you stumble, you forget what you're saying halfway through. That's what happens when your brain's feedback loop slips, and right now, that's what's happening to you. Because once you become aware of the echo, you start listening for it. You say, I wonder if this next thought will also come early. And then it does. The loop tightens, the delay shortens. And now you don't know if you're leading the thought or following it. You pause. You listen. And for a moment, there's no thought at all. Just silence. Just waiting. Just the quiet, expectant hush of a mind that wants permission to keep going. And when the next idea arrives, you'll hear it. Like static. Like someone else whispering your line before you step on stage. So tonight, as your thoughts begin to drift, as the sentences you hear feel more like deja vu than intention, let them echo, let them loop, because maybe thinking isn't creating, maybe it's tuning in. And you're just the radio catching signals from a slightly faster version of yourself on the other side of sleep. Summary tonight, you travel deep into the maze of your own mind, where loops twisted thoughts into spirals, and every answer became another question. You questioned whether your first thought was ever really yours, then watched memory twist itself into fictions that felt real. You stared into a mirror and realized you've never actually seen your face. You learned that some thoughts, once heard, cannot be unthought, that you might have forgotten to be born, that maybe, just maybe, everyone else is still moving, and you're the only one who paused. You crossed timelines, entered rooms that watched you back, fell into paradoxes that closed without resolution. You mourned a friend who never existed and realized time laughs at your to-do list. Your thoughts arrived before you thought them. And the echoes didn't ask your permission. And finally, you reached a chair you've never seen before but always known. You sat, and in the stillness, the loop ended, not with a bang, but with the gentlest exhale, an acceptance that the questions can rest for now, that sleep isn't the opposite of thinking, it's what happens when thought lets go of itself. You don't need to understand the loop. You only need to drift out of it. So let the loops untangle behind you, and let yourself fall.
Thank you.